Good morning. Happy Saturday. With that quick pesky ad break out of the way, and we're ready to go. Um, got a couple things I managed to get done this morning. I don't know if they're gonna work. I downloaded, and I'm gonna have heckabots in here. I downloaded something stream something dot bot. I don't know. And put a custom command in there. I don't even know if it's gonna work. The instructions were pretty vague. But the whole goal is that if someone who's a streamer pops in, excuse me, it'll automatically shout them out. We'll find out. Um, and then I made some changes to my Nightbot. It was blocking, like if you use multiple emotes, it blocked your message. I figured that out. A couple other things that it was gonna block that I don't want it to block. Um, I just wanted to mod the AI stream boo viewers, whatever. Um, yeah, streamed yesterday, so I got my stream schedule set. Um, we've got Wednesday nights tentative. That may change. The night may change depending on um, situations. But for now, Wednesday will be the night. And then Friday afternoon. Well, even Wednesday, it's afternoon. I get out of work around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so by about 3 or so, I'll be on. Fridays, I try to leave by noon, sometimes earlier, but it's probably going to be like a noon or 1, even 2. Yesterday was 2, I think. But that's because Miss Grizzly was out with her daughters doing karaoke. So I streamed till like almost 8. Yeah, it was It's a 6-hour stream. Not bad. And then Saturdays, of course, I try to get on by 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Make it on earlier, so you should follow so you get notifications. But for anybody that's new here, I'm Grizzly. I do miniature painting, and once in a blue moon, I'll play World of Warcraft. Try to do that on stream, but I don't play that much anymore. So, working on Star Wars. Got 6 Kashyyyk Warriors and Chewbacca completed last night using the one-step paints. Very, very pleased with how they turned out. But a lot more to get done for my stream. I gotta see if this custom command with whatever bot I just downloaded, if that works. If it doesn't, well, so sad. Let's get into this. So started on oh yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. Oh, partially because I got my lights. Trying to find a sweet spot setting. With my camera. Because when I put white out, yeah, look how that's bad. Like that looks fine on the camera, but the black now is gone. I can't figure out the settings. Some of it I know because he's black. There's not a lot of... I mean, you can sort of see. There we go. Just got to get the focus on. So I'll probably leave that, because as I start putting color on him... So this is what I worked on Wednesday. This is fives. One of my faves. Yeah, see, that's setting... I'm going to have to leave it like that, because otherwise everything that's white or bright colored, it's like it flashes in and out as you move it. So yeah, we're going to work on Darth Maul. We'll see how far we get. Hopefully we get all the way. And okay, sorry. Let's get into this. Let's make some trouble. So this guy should be relatively easy. Literally everything he's wearing is black. I may have to... It looks like his belt and his boots are more like a leather, a black leather. Maybe his gloves are the same. But then his everything else... Let's do this. Yeah, so belt, gloves, boots are leather, so I'm going to have to do those a little bit differently to differentiate from the cloth. So those, it's just going to be a bigger jump. And maybe less of a broad highlight. I don't know. I'll figure that out. So, we'll have to be a little creative. All right. A-okay. But you know, this one has never been marked. I got all these bottles in a kind of looks like a honeycomb. So all I see is kind of like that. So I like to mark the. I saw this on their Monument Hobbies Discord. Someone else was doing that. So it's kind of how I like to color my bottles, so I know what I'm. Although I'm getting more and more used to a lot of their paints, well, I tend to use the same handful of paints. Uh, Trying to little by little knock off items on my stream to-do list. There's a lot of things that I still need to get accomplished. Uh, Spare. This guy's always got a hype train going. Some of them are a little more complicated tasks, like updating my starting screen. Um, Updating my BRB. Some are very basic, like getting the some of the custom commands set up so I can broadcast my Discord when someone types in exclamation Discord. Uh, custom, some of the basic, like, exclamation, lurk, stuff like that. Dang, get some shaky hands today. It's like this last Saturday, too. A lot of it just comes down to time, motivation. So, one thing I want to do is run a few tests on my trusty old thumb palette. One of the most important things that Monument Hobbies has taught me. One, it helps with brush loading. Ensure that you don't have too much paint on your brush when you apply it to your miniature. Uh, and also ensures that when you're going to apply a filter or a glaze, before you put it on your miniature, you can test it on your trusty old thumb palette. There's a couple things I want to try before I to really make this look good. But before I apply it, I don't want to mess up what I'm doing, because I'm going to have to apply some type of a filter over here. Question is, do I want to try the transparent black?
Will follow me into battle.
Scannian, thank you for the follow. Good morning. How are you doing? More importantly, what are you working on? All right. Sorry, yesterday, um, my my Nightbot was not blocking the users, but blocking if they put too many emotes. So it looks like I fixed that. So what you up to today? And welcome on in. I'm Grizzly. I paint miniatures. I'm probably the world's okayest miniature painter. And we are in our Summer of Star Wars. Although, that American flag does remind me, if anyone is not aware, in a little less than a month, America's 250th birthday happens. So, yes, I will have to paint something patriotic. Because I think that is a Saturday. Yeah, July 4th falls on a Saturday this year. Till then, Star Wars. Working on Darth Maul right now. Fighting some shaky hands. So far, haven't affected what I'm doing. Well, not affected that much at least. So I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with the boots. So I am gonna try. I'm gonna try black wash. See how that looks. And I'm gonna try transparent black. I don't know if I want to try a glaze or what glaze to even try. Something to kind of unify these millimeter First Crusade, post First Crusade military or post Crusade. Nice. Where'd you get those from? You know, I want to do historicals. That 28 millimeter scale is so small. So small it intimidates me. Although things that are too large do as well, like vehicles. I'll do just the little highlights. Slate gray. Six miniatures, Scorpion Beast, Prairie miniatures, Fireforge miniatures. Okay. That's very cool. Most of my stuff by 3D print. Star Wars Legion being the exception. I do naturally purchase those. But most everything else I do is 3D printed. I print and paint a lot of Warcraft themed uh, miniatures. That's kind of my MO. $54mm Napoleonic. That's big. But that's Napoleonic is one of my favorite eras in history. You you just paint or uh you play tabletop games? I don't. I just paint. Paint and try to find places to put these out. That makes sense. So I think these guys are, they come out to be, I think it's like 40mm or something like that. Uh, so yeah, that's a big boy. Okay, that makes sense. I think the only historicals I ever had was long before I ever started painting, um, and they were, I don't know, 15 millimeter Italeri, but that was I was a teenager. I didn't definitely had no clue how to paint. Yeah, I think they still make them, but I don't ever see them in store. So I checked out their website a few months back. They're still, at least the website's still active. I don't know if I really saw anything new or different, but I have looked for and I found some. Um I do a lot of my 3D print file purchases on My Mini Factory. I did find one historical sculptor. Well, I mean, there's quite a few, but uh, found one that seems to have a pretty large collection. Okay, so let's do a little bit of testing. Plano miniatures. I'll have to look them up. Might end up being the black wash. Well, the black transparent, after it dries, you can still make out your shadow, mid, and highlight. Wash, I don't know, the wash doesn't unify it as much. It's really watered down, but oh, piano miniatures. Okay, I don't think I've heard of them, but almost every sculptor now has a page on My Mini Factory. That might have been way too watered down. Uh, might end up being the transparent black. I just don't want to destroy. Oh, decisions. Let's see. They're not on My Mini Factory. Piano War Games. STL files. Oh. Not bad. Yeah, they got quite a bit for. Yeah, mostly um Württemberg, Hesse-Darmstadt, Würzburg, Bavaria, Austrian Empire, Tyroleans. So mostly like the German city-states in Austria, and then the French Empire and Baden-Baden for STLs. That's pretty good. dig it. An old school painter. Yeah, I use the glaze and wash medium. I'm just gonna apply this down here. I really like how the transparent paints work, but yeah, like you said, I don't want to wash out my highlights. So I figure if I do it on his little pant leg, let that dry, see how that looks after. I think his face is gonna use some of the no, it's definitely a different effect. It looks well, even the although I use the dark neutral gray, not the black for the um mixed heavily with water. Maybe a little too heavy. It's not really. It's not really doing much to unify that. It's, yeah, I don't use water too often. I like the Pro Acryl medium. I just always have the tendency to, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I tend to over thin. Okay. I've never used I've never used any Winsor and Newton paints, but I've got a couple of their brushes. I use mostly, almost exclusively, Monument Hobbies, but kind of cut my teeth on Army Painter, actually on Army Painter speed paints. And as I learned more and more, started going more towards the uh, standard acrylics, like their Fanatic set, which is alright. Since the 1970s. You just aged yourself. I only uh, I don't know how I even heard about them, but I was able to find their brushes are expensive, but since 1972. Hey, so you've been doing this for a little bit. Just a little bit. Windsor and Newton is. So they've been around for a bit too. Dang. Yeah, it's just a little bit. A little bit of time. Uh, I just found out this week, um, that Peter Cushing, Grand Moff Tarkin, was a hobbyist painted a whole bunch of pictures of him circulating. I don't know why this suddenly blew up on the internet machine in the past couple weeks, but um, all these pictures recirculating of him painting little little war dollies. Uh, yes, it is so cool because I already loved him as an actor, and I heard he was just a um, like a really cool guy, and there's stories from Carrie Fisher talking about like after their scenes together, he'd go and check on her and make sure that she was okay because he was such an intimidating figure, and he didn't want her to be afraid of him. And so I guess behind the scenes, he was just a really good guy. So seeing him with his tongue sticking out, painting the soldier is pretty awesome. I love that. Uh, Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna hit a little energy drink. That sometimes helps with the focus and handshaking. Oh, that I didn't know. Christopher Lee is. Oh my goodness. Christopher Lee actually met J.R.R. Tolkien. Yeah, those, I did not know that, Peter Cushing was a Christian, though. That's pretty awesome. Man. So I do think I'm gonna stick with the transparent black. I may water it down a tad, maybe. But it didn't wash out the highlight, but it did help unify. And I like how this red lightsaber looks under the camera. Doesn't look that good in life. I mean, it looks pretty good, but not that good. It's probably too much. Yes. So I just used uh, their heavy, or one of the, I think it's the heavy titanium white, and then a couple coats of, um, their red fluorescent red. Their fluorescent red. Yeah, their fluorescents work. I know there's other strategies to paint lightsabers, but even sitting in the Monument Hobbies stream, um, Jason even gave uh, a method to paint a red lightsaber, and I just I prefer this way. I think it looks good. Uh, so an ad break's about to start. It's only 30 seconds. I keep them at the minimum. I could give two you know what's about ad revenue. That was the thing I needed to change, is that Siri bot message that tries to say it that ad breaks support me. They don't. They just piss me off. Yeah. All right. Welcome back. Yeah, it's I think the only time I use them is lightsabers. Now it looks way brighter on camera, and I think that's my camera settings. I've been battling with this camera and um so I messed a bunch with it this morning, and that's why he also looks so dark compared to what I'm seeing. And I've only used, let's see, I painted two red lightsabers now. This one and Dooku's. I painted a green lightsaber, and that's all I've used the Monument Hobbies fluorescence for. I mean, yes, it's like looking at it, it does look good, but looking at it in my camera thing, it actually kind of makes it look like it's like a real lightsaber. It is not. But no, their fluorescents are definitely uh they pop for sure. Hey, good morning, Texas Warsmith. Happy Saturday. Working on Darth Maul. Working on his robes. And I'm moving pretty quickly on him. So the latter part of today's stream might be boring battle droids. They are gonna be boring. I'm gonna do the cheat method, and they're already reprimed black. I'm gonna hit them with a white Zenithal dry brush. And then the special sauce mixed with khaki. And graphite gray on the rifles, and they're done. So it's gonna be quick and boring. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. I am in no rush. I only have, I don't know, 500 or so miniatures waiting for paint, plus the ones that are still in the box. And my StarCraft pre-orders coming. So there's no rush on that. 7 streams. Not bad. You've hung out with me 7 times in a row. Oh, yeah. I get it. I am in, like I said, I'm in no hurry. My backlog is extensive. Oh yeah, that one looked very good though. Maybe today or tomorrow. Today after I'm done streaming. Like tonight. I'll try to get some of my to-do list done for the technology side of things. Oh, 100 horny toads for the sweat bags. Yeah, that's a big number. Because like I said yesterday, I do have a Discord. I don't even know if any of my invite links work. I know there were issues with them back when I had Stream Elements. But I want to start. I've got one semi-active. I think it's called like Grizzly's Den of Anger. Yeah, Grizzly's Den of Anger. I have to be able to send out the invite or something. And I think whatever that invite code was having problems. So whichever one is under the About Me section on my profile here on Twitch. I don't think that link was working. And I never fixed it, and so I think that worked pretty good. It unified all of it without killing my highlights. I know I'm looking at this off the camera. Although the one thing that it did that I might have not wanted is now it looks kind of shinier. Not so much like cloth. That may have been a downside. It's called Grizzly's Den of Anger. I don't know if, I don't know how I have it set up, if it's findable or if you need the invite link. Uh, yeah, I might need to hit it with the, I don't know how well. See, now that I darken it, it's getting harder to see again. But it kind of, I don't know. I may have ruined it. Luckily, it can be repainted. What am I looking for? My Discord. And we go over here. Okay, that. Okay. So at least works for me. Hopefully. Uh. Just happened. Yeah. Yeah, there's pretty much one guy that's semi-active in there. My buddy from Belgium. He's posted a few things in there, but uh, even I don't post in there. I'm lazy. So I probably need to put some work into it. Um, I kind of wonder why it did that. I've never had that with any of the other transparents. Because I've used them on, or maybe I just never noticed it. It definitely looks, well, kind of see on the camera. Never really seen it go glossy. Oh well. It can be fixed. Or it can be left. Let's see. All the channels on Discord need permission to view? Why is that? Oh, hey, both y'all are in here. Um, uh, that's the, that's my personal settings. Oh. Okay. I think it's the way I got it set up, but you should be able to see him now. Not much to see, but at least you guys can post your stuff as well. Eventually I'll get, like I said, hopefully today or tomorrow, I'll get the command that'll display the Discord link. Because, yeah, I do have it set, really? So my dry and retarders will shift a matte to a glossy or vice versa. Yeah, this was just the transparent black that I used. Handle right in the way. Um, and I've used the other transparents, and it didn't, make it look glossy. Because I've used them, I love using variations of, like, the transparent yellow and the transparent green on, orc skin. Um, actually, I used, the 3 versions of Jade. I think it's the Dark Jade, Jade, and Bright Jade, and then covered it with transparent yellow, and it was a really vibrant green. I can't remember which. I might have used it on a forest troll, a Warcraft forest troll, um, and it looked really good. But I didn't notice it get glossy. And um, I used the transparent brown to fix my screw up on one of the Jedi Knight cloaks. Uh, but I've got a matte varnish that I'm gonna apply over here and see if that's actually, you know what? Why not? Let's see if this dulls it. Although this would be the kind of look that I'd want on the belt, the boots, and the gloves. Kind of a glossy finish. Because I struggle to get those looks uh, using like standard methods, highlight placement, stuff like that. Something I need to work on, but I just haven't gotten that ability down yet. So I guess when I did my test, I did it on this little pant leg. so it didn't really, my biggest concern was wiping out my highlights. So I didn't notice that it was glossifying. Well, if this doesn't work, I will say it wasn't that difficult to paint, so as much as I'd hate to do it, you can always just repaint and go with a super thin down black. Simply because I don't want it. If I wasn't worried about having glossy boot, belt, and gloves, I would leave it. Because I'm lazy, but so we'll see. We'll see. Well, didn't, a little bit. Yes. It did a little bit. Huh. Well, I gotta go back and, redo it. C'est la vie. Uh, I could figure out. Come back to that. Oh, if it's separated. Yeah, I shook the you-know-what out of it. Um, uh, well, like I said, if I gotta redo it, I gotta redo it. I don't know why I put so much effort into his face and head. It all gets painted red. Oh well. Yeah, his entire face is gonna be red with just a little bit of black, um, kind of at the cheek, the lower cheek lines, the jawline, not cheek lines, jawline, and then just little patches around his horns, and then of course black lines throughout the red. basically everything I highlighted on his head is going to get wiped out by the red. Oh well. That's going to be tough. That's going to be very tough. I am not good at freehand, so we're going to struggle a little bit. We're going to battle a little bit with freehanding his face and head. So I should probably do his boot, belts, and gloves. Get those kind of shiny and then see how that compares to the cloth. Because it might just... Yeah. That might be the method I use. Oh. Okay, so this one, I want to go higher jumps. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, I like to try doing it on my thumb palette. Um, but it doesn't always work perfectly. Doesn't always work out like I hope. I mean, the thumb palette gives me a pretty good indication of like how a filter is gonna look over those colors. Um, there is texture on the thumb as well, but like in this situation, it didn't. So I'm just kind of wondering if I'm not letting my eyes get tricked. So I have a really hard time looking and seeing, is it glossy or is it just the color palette I chose? Keep trying to, oh shit, that was not, right. Um, Trying to get it under different lights. Yeah, that I agree with. Get it under daylight. Which I may have to do. Um, we take a. It's worth about an hour and a half. I'll probably take a short break. Take them out into the super hot Vegas sun. It's probably a better idea. Probably more time saving. Question is, do I then do a wash tint using my dark neutral gray, which was my mid, or do I do it with black? Now that I've already applied the transparent black over it. Well, I want it to be a, basically look like a matte black cloth. Essentially what he has is, his tunic and the vest over. All of that is black cloth. And then his gloves, his boots, and his belt are like a black leather. A black filter. Okay. Tech and the other. Okay. Appreciate you popping in, Texas. Enjoy your games. Battletech and Middle Earth. Have fun. I'll have to do some testing. Because I don't really do much water thinning. But I know that's some of the top tier guys, that's all they're using. Ah, well, I think I need to pause for a second. Maybe do a reset. I'm struggling with even the leather. Mine's not working right. We were off to such a good start today. Struggling. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna take a break, refresh some of my drinks, uh, and rethink my strategy with this guy. I might even put him aside until I've got a little more brain power to go off of. Yeah, we'll see. Um, Either way, everybody get up, stretch, go walk around. I will be right back. Okay. Um, back. I am, I think, honestly, because I'm tired, uh, I'm struggling to even wrap my mind around some of this. Like, my thinker just ain't thinking. Um, Even as I'm trying to do this leather, I'm looking at my placements and they're not. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around them. Um, and I've done it before. I've nailed black cloth and black leather. That's just using the gloss varnish from Army Painter. I don't remember what I did though, and I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around this one. Um, and like I said, I think a lot of it just comes down to uh, I'm tired, and my thinker ain't thinking. I really don't remember what I did on Dooku. It probably was just a gloss, or not a gloss, a glaze. But even the placement on his leather was like it works. So I might I might do the whole run away to fight another day and switch gears for today. Um, do something simpler. Then just reevaluate what I'm doing on Maul. Because he's Darth Maul, he's got to look good. I don't care if a little clone trooper or battle droid looks like trash. But the main character's got to look good. So I think is that where it goes? Yeah. I think we're gonna switch gears. Uh, Sorry, Maul. Promise we will get back to you. But we are going to do some battle droids. Keep it simple. First, just force a habit. Not that I don't know what this color looks like. I don't know what the deal is with me today. I know I did not get the best of sleep last night. Uh, I need something that I can brainlessly do. Mindless. These guys definitely are that. Uh, part of me thinks, well, part of me was thinking maybe jump on World of Warcraft, since that's pretty mindless as well. So I'm not ready to give up the stream yet. But I've got 30 of these guys assembled, primed. I had primed these white. But then when I did clone Commander Cody, he's stepping on a battle droid, or part of a battle droid. And I tried that one step special sauce with their Pro-Acryl khaki. And it worked. So I reprimed all these black. So just gonna Zenithal dry brush as best I can, going from the top down. And then I will mix up a batch of khaki with special sauce. And then graphite gray on his rifle. That's a finished B1 battle droid. Very easy, very mindless, darn near impossible to make a mistake. Ad break is starting soon. Um, so yeah, just to reiterate what I was saying earlier for anyone who's come in since then. Um, I stream every tentatively every Wednesday night, starting at around 3 Pacific Standard Time. Oh, ads. Yeah. Um, no, so approximately 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Wednesdays, since that ad break so rudely interrupted me. Um, sometime around 1, 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time on Fridays, and then um, approximately 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Saturdays. Um, start times vary a little bit. Those are more like the latest I'll be on. Um, as I said before, Fridays, I usually leave work between 10 and noon. Uh, so a lot of it just depends on how much I need to get done in preparation of the stream, if anything. Uh, sometimes taking an old man nap. And Saturdays, similar deal. Although I don't work Saturdays. Um, but like today, I was on, what was it, like 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So it varies, but 9 is kind of the latest I'll be on. Like I always say, hit that follow button so you get the notifications for when I go live. And Wednesday is still tentative. I streamed this past Wednesday, and that seemed to work out. So as long as that holds true, um, but if I do change Wednesday, it'll be for another weeknight. I just don't know if there's a better weeknight or part of my thing is I'm not trying to compete with other streamers, well, specific ones. I'm not trying to go during their go time. Some of that's unavoidable, but a bunch of them are all streaming at the same time. That's probably not the best time for me to be on. Make some. You know, putting these guys together was an absolute nightmare. Even when I wisened up and was wearing gloves, these pieces just, especially like the rifles, but even the legs, just everything about these, they didn't really want to go together or stay together. That's why part of me wants to buy the add-on box. Part of me is like, oh, 30 battle droids is enough. Do not do that to yourself. These are going to be stupid easy to paint, but so difficult to put together. They were pretty awesome. They just suck so bad to put together. These and the Geonosians were so horrible to put together. Like I said, these will be so easy for me to paint. Like I do it and it feels like cheating. So you can see how he's standing on a battle droid. So all that was what I'm doing here. It's the black primer, sort of a zenithal dry brush, and then khaki with one step special sauce, which turns it into a type of a contrast paint, and worked out great. Yeah, every time my boss tells me to do something in text message, he gets the a little Roger Roger GIF or GIF, whatever it's called. But he's a big Star Wars nerd too. That's if I'm not mad at him, which is actually not that often. Actually, sometimes even when I am mad, I send that so that he doesn't know I'm mad. Oh, yeah. That little glue spot just loosened up. Work is what brings out the angry part of Angry Grizzly. That and driving through Vegas. That's- They were pretty pathetic. Not until they got the super battle droids. Little B1 battle droids were just so easy to destroy. Yeah, no, I know what you meant. And even the B2 didn't do much to hold up against the Jedi. That's all good. If I'm on my phone, it's it's horrible trying to type, send messages. My fat fingers can never hit the right keys. Now, if you watch the Clone Wars cartoon TV series, which as much as it's a cartoon, a lot of it is not. Uh, they deal with some kind of dark. As you watch Anakin slowly becoming more and more Vader-like, it's pretty dark. Oh, the droidicas. Yeah, those were. I mean, even they even stopped Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, forced them to retreat. Although that's the way to beat them. Get out of their firing range. Get them to go into roller mode and then hit them. Once they go into that roller mode, their shields go down. Um, I did. This was maybe a week or so ago. Some of the super battle droids. I got 9 of these. Uh, I used the same method I'm using on these B1, which feels like cheating, but makes them look great. So black prime, white zenithal dry brush, and then graphite gray one-step paint over it, and then it's not really focusing on the eyes that well. Um, they're just Bold Pyrrole red on the eyes and that little black dot or that little red dot there. And then red orange just as a tiny little highlight to make them pop a bit. Yeah, no, there was definitely some darkness in that show. Yeah, thank you. They were, like I said, it feels like I'm cheating. Same with these. Graphite gray on almost everything. Bold Pyrrole red with a slight little red-orange highlight for the little three eyes. And then that shell is mahogany mixed with the one-step special sauce. And these are, oh my goodness, easy to do. I got 2 in that form, and then 2 in their roly form. They were so easy to do. I said it feels like cheating. These B1 battle droids are going to feel the same way. And I like doing that, but not all the time. It's basically underpainting, zenithal priming. Modern, they call it slap chop, but it's one of those new fads that's been around forever. They just put a fancy name on it. I know that's when people come into the Monument Hobbies stream and say slap chop, Jason will quickly correct them. Yeah, he says it's been around forever. It's nothing new. It's not a new technique. It's zenithal priming. You know, and he's showcased some painting. He was doing one of those texture trainers that he's got, the human skin, and he just underpainted. Yeah, it's just washing or putting a filter over. In this case, changes the entire color of it, but like he did purple for the shadows, I think then red, green, and yellow to the highlights, and then he just applied a glaze of I don't remember if it was tan flesh or what he used, but it was a real light glaze that he just kept building up and unified all those into a skin tone. You know, so not even using a contrast paint, did the same thing that most contrast paints will do, but has much more of a vibrant, rugged skin look. And that method requires a lot of skill. This right here, because I'm using that one step, I mean, a dry brush like this, I'm not having to be precise. I'm just making sure I go from the top to the bottom. I can go as heavy or as light. Probably want to be a little bit heavier. 48, 40, or 40 or 50 years ago that painted the planets. 25 million. Dang. Hey, I got mad respect for being able to do a 15 millimeter. And yeah, So the technique is, it's not new. It's been around for a very long time. It's just, the social media age, uh, everything's a fad, and oh, look at this new technique that I used, and it's like, no, it's not new. It's been around. All the OGs have been using it. But the one thing I will say about, like, this specifically, it doesn't take a lot of skill to do. And as a result, me doing this is not going to increase my skill level. But I'm doing this because my brain isn't braining today. And I need something just simple and basic. Yep. Just like, all the clothing and hairstyles that went out of style are suddenly coming back into style. And yep. Like socks with sandals. It's now in again. Thing I would make fun of my parents, grandparents, not necessarily my parents, but my grandparents. And now you see kids wearing socks with sandals and high socks with shorts. It's it. There is nothing new under the sun. A little bit. He streams really late. And so I'm usually in bed, but that guy is. So he's on the what they call the Council of Mini Painters, which is like Monster Den Minis, Painterly Git, Blades 81, James Waffle, Quantum Reveries. There's a few others I'm gonna forget. But I think it's every month, they do the council on a Sunday night. For me, it's 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. They usually have a guest speaker on. And that's when I can see Waffle painting. Waffelius. That guy, he just, like, how quickly I'm going to go through these, that's how quickly he goes through with traditional paint style. It's crazy. I think he averages like 11 or 12 miniatures a day. Yeah. All oil paints, yep. Yeah, I think I've only caught his particular stream maybe once. Oil paints would kill me. I can't keep my brush out of my mouth. Even though I know acrylic paints aren't good for you. Oh, really? I've never done oil. I think I have some enamel. When I first, I won't say that. Well, 6 years ago was when I started 3D printing. And I bought a bunch of, I just was going to Hobby Lobby because I like the idea of painting. And so I bought a bunch of testers little paint bottles from Hobby Lobby. I think I painted one miniature with my daughter, and then nothing ever again until about 2 years ago. But I think some of them are enamel. That's the only non-acrylic I've tried. And then I did buy some. I don't remember what I bought. Something that you use with the mineral spirits to make it really wet and go like if you have like a rune on your base. Got all that stuff from Amazon and never did anything with it. I don't paint runes. At least not for a while. Once I go back to some Warcraft painting, I'll find use for it. But yeah, never tried oil paints. I don't know if I will. Maybe one day, but there's so much I'm still trying to get with the standard. I mean the outcome is amazing. That's for sure. The results are possible to ignore, that's for sure. I'm trying to think if any of the other, some of the big painters will talk about it here on Twitch. I don't know. I don't know if I know of anyone else that uses them. I feel like someone was gonna try. Someone was talking about trying to start using oils. Ooh, it's like I did a crappy job removing that where that sprue was. Just in that one spot. Oh well. Couple don't have that. Uh, New album coming. Spotify. Sorry, give me 1 second. I do have some other streamers up, and I got one in my ear. Just making sure. Yep. Refocus. So going from dry shaving your face, using a hot towel on your face, then warm shave cream, then finishing with a hot towel. I mean, that is the way to do it. I don't do it that way. I drop my razor in the shower when I first turn the water on, and I just shave in the shower with a little mirror. I don't have time for all that. I got painting to do. Self-care. So do you use does Winsor Newton make the oil paints? Because I guess that'd be my biggest thing, is I have no idea where to even start with them if I were ever to try, and I'm not saying I will. Or I buy more paints. I jumped on that Kickstarter for Reaper, their MSP2 remastered paints. I have actually never used Reaper, so I'm just going off of Monster Den Minis, Ed's recommendation. A few others that have sworn by not just Reaper in general, but they were able to test out some of the remastered MSP2 set. So I jumped on that Kickstarter, and I will have. It essentially came out to $2 a bottle. So it's kind of hard to beat that. Well, impossible to beat that. It's like I'm the one committing highway robbery. Okay. You're saying yes, you do use Winsor & Newton oil paints? Okay. A lot of Winsor & Newton stuff you can also find on Amazon. For me, it's all about getting my products the laziest way possible. Only different high quality. Art.com. I will check that out. That's not what I want to hear. No Kirk. What's wrong with Kirk? He's great. Yeah, I mean, when I first got in, and sometimes I wish the guy would have, at the hobby store, would have directed me differently. Um, but I mean, it got me in the hobby, and but yeah, I walk in and you're like, I have no idea what to get. I want to paint miniatures. Autocorrect is sometimes it's a great help. Sometimes when it corrects the word I'm using to a word I don't want to use, I'm like, I had the right word. Why did you change it? Uh, but he directed me towards the Army Painter speed paints. And it was again, it was a good point to start, but I feel like I missed a lot of the basics of miniature painting. And back to what I was saying before, that's why I switched between using this Zenithal Prime with the contrast paint to doing a more traditional. Because, well, there's things that you can do to add to your Zenithal Prime with contrast paint to kind of up the skill level. Being able to do a Zenithal Prime, slap on some contrast paint, and put the miniature away. Well, yes, that's a very efficient way to get stuff tabletop ready, if you will. Uh, it doesn't help you in the long run. If you want, which is what I want to do, if you want to increase your skill. Oh no, I don't want to sit here and, you know, spend 3 hours on a miniature uh, for something like a battle droid. I'd rather spend that much time on one or on a whole regiment of them than spend my time on the heroes. That's where, for example, you've got essentially just what I'm doing here. It's Black Prime, white Zenithal dry brush, white blue paint mixed with special sauce for the armor, graphite gray for the rifle, and then just using the I don't know which orange I used. And he's done. compared to this guy, which is, the full shadow base mid highlight. Uh, his armor is going from slate gray, cool gray, bright neutral gray to white blue on the tips. And then dark blue and blue for all the stripes and the blue, that, his helmet. And then the shoulders, belt, guns, those are just black, prime, dark neutral gray, slate gray. So a lot more effort into this, but this guy looks pretty good. I think this guy looks a lot better, a lot more to him. And this is how you grow. Sometimes cheating on your miniatures is fine. As long as you're continuing to stretch yourself, never getting into a rut without expanding your techniques. Autocorrect and autocomplete. I was wondering, I was like, that one I can't figure out what that was supposed to be. Yeah, right now, I mean, I've got a lot of things I'm working on and improving. My blends, but and I'm getting there, little by little, just practicing, expanding. Is we're learning. Ooh, that was heavy. Not get enough the paint off the dry brush. It's all right though. That'll actually help the graphite gray. That's gun or the bazooka. Non-metallic metal. I'm learning all these others, but non-metallic metal still eludes me. I have watched so many videos, tutorials. I just can't. You just need someone like me who's good at interpreting. I did study Koine Greek, so learning context and all of that for translating helps me. Alright, 1 second, I need to grab two of these out of here. I forgot. So I figure if I'm doing all this, might as well dry brush these guys too. space there. These two staff riders. Another nightmare to put together. Yeah. It's something I want to get. I just can't. I don't know what the issue is. I can't wrap my mind around it. I think one, I still lack brush control. And that affects everything. That's like when I'm battling with highlights and stuff like that. No, definitely not as, because it's very directional. I feel that that's part of my inability to get smooth blends. There's a guy on here, Smiling Beagle Studios. He did uh, the Frank Frazetta Death Dealer. I think he must have found the sculpt and 3D printed it. My goodness, let me tell you, the blend on the horse's uh, hair, or his skin, I guess. Oh my goodness, those blends were so smooth. It's just one day. It's a journey. He is oh, no. Usually that sound means my OBS disconnected. Um, he's been doing this for a long time, so that skill level didn't happen overnight. So I do recognize that this isn't something you don't become a master miniature painter overnight. Goal is progress. Like I said, as long as you're moving forward, there's always going to be things that I look at and say, I wish I could do it like that. That's up. All paint done there. I don't even know what color these stab bikes are. I'll have to pull up some images. I feel like they're a different color than the droid, though. Alright, what do we got here? Use items. Alright, we're at about 3 hours. I'm going to take another break, refresh this tea. See how far we can get. Maybe hit a couple more swigs of an energy drink. I don't want to do too much energy drink, otherwise it loses its effectiveness for me very quickly. So I like to just limited, take a couple sips to uh, but yeah. Everybody get up, stretch, walk around, use the restroom, all that good stuff. I will be back shortly. Sorry, I saw that ad break. Decided to wait till that was wrapped up. I don't want to look up. Let's see, what color are their bikes? It is like a darker brown. Although it's almost a mahogany. I went to for my master's. I went to seminary. So I did a math check. Okay. Sorry, just dropped my mic. Got a Master of Arts in Field Studies. My mic. Can you hear me? Yeah, Master of Arts in Theological Studies. And I focused on Greek, ancient / biblical Greek. It's mostly biblical. A lot of the ancient texts like Homer, Iliad, and Odyssey, that type of stuff. It's too different from, the turn of the from BC to 80 or whatever they call it now. It's definitely not a warm brown. It's a darker, almost like an umber. The rifles. Guns and the handles, I can do graphite gray. Probably even this engine. Yep. Ish. I still swear too much, drink too much, but it's crooked. I do try. It's crooked. Yeah. For the most part. I hate to unglue this, but it'll be fine. It's a little crooked. Yeah, except now I work in manufacturing. So kind of didn't do much with any of my education. No regrets having it. There's a part of me that maybe one day I'll go back and uh, seek a PhD, maybe. That was kind of uh, the challenge was um, finished with my master's, a very large amount of debt. Uh, it wasn't like my undergrad where uh, is heavily subsidized by the governments at a state college, subsidized outside of student loans, like the school itself is subsidized. Going to a private seminary for a master's. Again, no regrets, but came out with a lot of debt and uh, sadly not a lot I could do with it. I mean, I could have been a pastor, but uh, there was a lot more I would have to do to be a teacher, which is kind of what I wanted to do. So now I'm I don't know what you'd call me, some type of a manager. My title is Mint Manager. For the last 12 years, I've been in precious metals. Again, no regrets. A different path than I expected. Yeah. Not that I'm trying to blame anyone. Because it is no one's fault. I wish I would have known a little more. Wish I would have known a little more going into it. But again, like I said, I have no regrets going. I have no regrets with the knowledge that I was able to attain. Where I'm at now has enabled me to do a lot of good. Um, Growing up, my mom had a postcard above the kitchen sink. Yeah. I mean, again, like I said, I have no regrets. Even where I am in manufacturing, um, a lot of this I was able to attain because of my education. So it didn't, even though the education didn't apply to it, having a master's, um, it did set me above other candidates in many ways. So, like I said, no regrets. But a lot of it comes down to, like I was saying, my mom had a note card over the kitchen sink, and it said, "Want to make God laugh? Tell him your plans." And I feel like a lot of the struggles that I had about the direction my life was going was because it wasn't what I had planned out. So, right where I'm supposed to be, making some really cool silver coins and painting some really cool miniatures. And as far as I know, which could change, as far as I know, my life is not over. There's still potential for a few more years. So a lot can change between now and then. All right. Now, if I could just wake up and everything would be wonderful. We are we are struggling. Um, I could probably move this whole wet palette off. Make room. I got myself a little I was printing a portion of some wall or tower, and my printer uh, filament got stuck and the sensor didn't notice, so it just kept printing. And well, I kept this failed piece because it works perfectly as a tray. So I can transport things to and from my little nerd room, or to my little table next to me. Uh, okay. So I gotta figure out what I'm gonna use. Probably, maybe dark umber. Like I said, I don't feel like that's a warm brown color. Uh, I do want to bust out. I wonder how this will look without it being white underneath. It'll even do anything. Um, Sorry, I'm still wearing down a lot. Oh, trying to find the energy, and it's been eluding me. It's been very much eluding me today. So that's not horrible. I might. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that'll work. That will do. Alright. Really want to try to finish at least these staff riders. Think I can do that. Question is, what brown do I use? Because I'm going to do the one-step method. Why not? See if I can find a better image. Like nothing from the actual movie is pulling up. I almost want to use the same that I did on those Droidicas. I might. I did a mahogany on those armor plates, and this kind of looks similar, almost the same. It might be the same. They recommend a 3-to-1 ratio. I mostly stick to that. Maybe more like a 4-to-1. Again, my philosophy whenever I'm thinning anything down is any type of like filter. It's better to be too thin than not thinned enough. And the key with all the one step that I'm learning is when you apply it, it doesn't look good. Once it dries, that's where you get the real indication. Because a lot of times the application looks very opaque. And then after it dries, you really see how it truly looks. Because, yeah, last night, or yesterday, well, yeah, it was last night as well, working on those Wookiees, as I was applying, like, the warm brown on their fur. Oh, shoot, that was not, oh, well. I gotta clean that up anyways. The stand is all supposed to be clear, and, um, but yeah, as I was applying it, it was not, it didn't look right. It really did not look right. Uh, which was really making me feel a certain way. But then as it dried, you started seeing your highlights and, uh, bleeding through. Your highlights and shadows, that is. And same with when I did the Clone Troopers, using that white blue. When I first applied it, uh, it was, it looked like it was just fully full white. And then as it dried, it started to show uh, the effects of your zenithal priming underneath. So this is one of those examples of the trust the process. Not this one so much, because this is actually looking pretty good right out the gate. But yeah, you gotta let it dry to really see the proper effect. Yeah, and those clone troopers, uh excuse me. I actually had to apply a second coat on them because after they dried it was revealing, it was very transparent. So you just gotta trust the process. Sometimes things don't look good until they do. All right. So at least their bikes are done. So then they've got khaki. Come on. I don't want to make too much of this. Just because I don't know how far I'm going to get on anything past this step. Or these two steps. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should be enough to thin it down. It's funny to me. I know this is the whole YouTube, Instagram trend with everything, not just miniatures, but a reel or whatever Instagram calls their stuff popped up on my feed yesterday. And it was called 30 Seconds to a Completed Battle Droid. Now, they were essentially using the same method I am. And it just, I don't know, kind of cracks me up. Because it's not 30 seconds. Yeah, you can knock it out pretty quickly. But when you look at the priming, the zenithal dry brush, granted, they're just using a contrast paint. So it's, I'm using a standard acrylic paint mixed with the one-step medium. So this turns it into a sort of a contrast paint. But that's the YouTube fad. Part of it is, they're taking their video, they're speeding it up so that it's in 30 seconds. but it's like every other video you see, or short, or reel. There's a really fast video of how to paint this in 30 seconds. Just do this. Follow me for more videos. So before that mahogany dries, I realized that these foot pedals on that first one, I painted it as part of his feet. It is not. I don't know if they're foot pedals, but whatever those things are that his feet are sitting on. Foot rests, whatever you want to call it. Moral of the story, they are not part of his feet. Yeah, let's fix the other one. That one, it's all over. Trying to be mindful of staying in the camera with this. Fine. All right. Set that over there. I have a bad habit of using these Jello shot cups to mix these paints and then holding on to them. I bought, I don't even know how many of them. I got a giant box over there. Still have a hard time throwing stuff away. I don't know why. Don't judge me. Yeah. That guy's done. Ish. And oh, never mind. Missed a whole bunch over there. And I'm out of the camera. All right. Ready to make my video. 30 seconds to a staff rider. This one I am going to save. I've got 30 battle droids here. Prague, dry brushed, ready for that paint. I just lack the energy to continue. Uh, so, not bad. Might add a little more of that one step to the droid. But he looks, some of that's alright. Gives that weathered look. Just need to touch up this part with some isopropyl, knock that paint off so that doesn't look like it's part of the staff. And then do the base, whatever I'm going to do, which I don't know what I'm going to do. It is primed. That's not just gray. That was that original rattle can primer. Uh, well, ad break. Shoot, of course. Oh, an ad break. As soon as that ad break is over, we'll okay. Welcome back. I do think I'm gonna call it there. So we did finish the Snap Riders. Like I said, I just got to do the base. Got to pull the paint off of this clear rod on both of these. Managed to. Some of that was when I was airbrushing the black primer on this. Because I'd primed these separately, but then I glued them together and decided to reprime them. It happens. So, and I did a bunch of work on Darth Maul, but it's not working out. My brain's not braining, and I think I need to wait till I'm a little more alive and alert. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. Yeah, there's only a couple of us, so I don't think we're gonna raid. My one raid target, was hoping he was gonna be doing either some sculpting but he's watching some weird video game stuff. Which is brain rot. Actually, you know what? We might. Jace to Faces with 16 viewers. Ah! We go into brain rot. He's been up for 5.5 hours though, so. Yeah, we are. Well, so my stream schedule is set in clay. Wednesday nights, approximately 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Friday afternoon, approximately 1 to 2 Pacific Standard Time. And Saturday mornings, around 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Everything's Pacific Standard Time here in the Vegas Valley of Hellfire. So appreciate everybody hanging out. Appreciate everybody chit-chatting and helping me stay awake. So go ahead and close out. Everybody have a wonderful weekend, and we will see you